It's penultimate weekend here at Fairbury American Legion Speedway. We welcome you to another edition of Thursday Night Thunder as the Modifieds are set to rumble. We've got a good one for you here around the corner as once again we get ready to go for 358s. As we are so glad you could join us here once again on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Marty Sakala with you. Thanks so much for being with us here on this Thursday night. Past few weeks, we've had a lot of good modified action. But right now, as we take a look at the standings coming in, one man's been really dominant in these 358s, that's for sure, and that's Anthony Morano. A 98-point advantage on Sam Bachman. And not too far behind him is Blake Chapman in third. One win for Morano, though, on the season. 8 top 5s in 9 starts. As for Sam Bachman and Blake Chapman, they each have 3 and 4, respectively. Well, you see the checkered flag has been waved on qualifying. We are getting set to go for our first session of the night, which is time trials here. 2 minutes for everyone to time trial. Try and put up the fastest lap. If you are the quickest, you will be inverted to 4th in heat race number 1. Just about maybe 16 drivers here with us tonight. We'll get the full car count in just a bit. First driver we're going to take a look at is the driver of the number 83. That, of course, is the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer. So Dittmer will be the first one to set the bar once he comes off for turn number 4 in the Tim Sears Jr. paint scheme. 1263 is where he sets the bar at. This is the scheme I'm looking forward to the most. This is Dean Reynolds racing a Bob McCready tribute car. Of course, last week the racing community lost Barefoot Bob passing away in his mid-70s. Again, wishing the McCready family in our thoughts and prayers. And Sunday's Super Dirt Car Series is at Weed Sports Speedway. And they will have a lap 9 moment of silence during the Heroes Remembered 100 for Barefoot Bob. And Weed Sports actually passing out some signs for the first 1,500 fans on Sunday. Of course, we'll be doing the lap 9 moment of silence here during each feature tonight for the small and big block modifieds. Blake Chapman second quickest in qualifying, so it's B-Temp as the quickest. Brandon Templeton at 12:49. We will have 3 heats for you this evening. And that puts Randall Dixon, Matt Schaefer, and Michael Vitale on pole position for each of the heats, heats 1 through 3 respectively. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for joining us here on Thursday Night Thunder. Let us know who, of course, you're rooting for on the track. These are the RSN Trackside 358 Modifieds. RSN Trackside, Western New York's home for motorsports. Wednesday nights at 7 on Rock Sports Network. Well, we're ready to go for our first heat race of the night, which is brought to you by Flatline Racing Bodies. And here is how the field lines up. Randall Dixon on pole position in the 011. Next to him, Trevor Giroux in the 075. Row number 2, it's Superman. Kurt Schatzer in the 218. And B-Temp, Brandon Templeton in the 31. Row 3, Anthony Morano, the Ant-Man in the 32. Next to the Bruin to Beast, Jeff Barker in the 513. Rounding out the grid tonight, the 107 of Sam Bachman. Marty Sakala here with you. No Zach Chapman tonight as he is fixing up a swimming pool here, so unable to make it. I'll be working the small blocks and the big blocks. Travis Piercefield later tonight on Coast to Coast Racing Network will have coverage of the late models and the Xfinity Trail. Everyone transfers here tonight. Heat races are set for 6 laps. Winner of Heat 1 will be on pole for our 30-lap feature tonight. That's how everything will go for our 358s and big blocks this evening. Hello to Jason Butterfield in the chat, rooting for Venom Racing. Yeah, I mentioned the Super Dirt Car Series earlier on. I'm actually going to be on the call Sunday for an undercard race to SDS. That, of course, is CRSA Sprints in town at Weedsport on Sunday. Here we go. Winner starts on pole position for tonight's 30-lap feature. We're underway. Good jump by Trevor Giroux, the kid into turn number 3, the Philly Flyer fan. Randall Dixon, though, moves up to second as it's 3 wide for third with Schatzer in the middle. Templeton kisses the wall for just a moment, now peeks downstairs on Dixon for the 2 spot. Doesn't work. Morano goes off the hill for just a small moment. That little bump in turn number 4. Heavy contact with Schatzer sends the points leader around. And so that puts the 32 at the back of the field for tonight's feature. He'll have to do the last to first challenge, a little bit similar to what Ross Corinna did in the Rebels at Port Royal. But it's still Giroux, the Philly Fanatic, out in front. Randall Dixon back in second, on board with the 011 as he tries to close in. Of course, we also have modifieds on Monday nights. The only difference between the two is Thursday night's a fixed setup, Monday night's an open setup. Giroux and Dixon battling for the win. It's Trevor Giroux off the corner, gets a little bit tight. Dixon looks to do something, not going to work. Giroux wins heat race number 1. Dixon second, Templeton third, Schatzer fourth, Barker fifth, Bachman sixth, Morano seventh. We now move on to heat race number 2, brought to you by Full Throttle Motorsports, an official team of the Coast to Coast Racing League. Matt Schaefer on pole position in the number 183. Next to him, it's Harold Klump in the 00. Row number 2, it's Dino. I could call him Barefoot Dino, and the Bob McCready throwback in the Kinney Pharmacy number 9. Next to him, it's the salesman Blake Chapman in car number 20. Rounding out the grid in row number 3, Scott Rayome in the 444 and Bob DeGood in the 7. Actually got the chance to meet Scott Rayome Saturday at Land of Legends last weekend. Nice to meet you, Scott. Finally got to meet him. He's been trying to meet me all this time. Whenever I'm covering a race or broadcasting action at Land of Legends. So here we go. Matt Schaefer, Harold Klump, the front row. Winner starts outside row 1. We are green. Klump and Schaefer still door to door. Look at Blake Chapman trying to rip the lip in the second half of the racetrack. Klump leads the opening circuit, but Chapman gets a big run off at turn number 2. Schaefer tried to slam the door in the face, however, though had to pull low to avoid getting clobbered from the number 20. And now Reynolds and Rayome look to get some bite. Quickest car is Dino at a 12.72. Klump now clears Matt Schaefer for the second spot. Halfway home in this heat race. Top 3 drivers all just ran their fastest lap. Chapman still trying to get the high side work. He looks to be the much better car than Matt Schaefer at the moment. Let's see if he can get up to second or maybe even first. But now Schaefer with a run underneath Klump. Bad corner. That gives Schaefer the race lead. Now here comes Dino underneath 3 wide for second. That contact may have just given Schaefer the win in Heat 2. Chapman clears Reynolds for third. Klump goes down to fourth. Dead even for second at the line. Reynolds edges out Chapman, but it's Matt Schaefer that picks up the win in Heat 2. One more heat race left to go, brought to you by Glen Ridge Motorsports Park, your Sunday night home for the Dirt Car 358s. On the pole, Michael Vitale in the number 213. Next to him, the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer, in car 83. Row number 2, Michael Vecchio in the 007. Next to him, Isaac Salas in car number 5. Rounding out the grid on row number 3, Alex Pomelo in the 397. Next to him, Bristow, baby, Craig Bristow in the 89. I know it's been a while since I've called Salas on a Sly Job Racing Network broadcast, but good to see him back once again in the Venom Racing number 5. So it's Vitale and Dittmer, your front row. Winner starts out inside of row number 2 for tonight's feature. Green flag is out. Here we go. Let's see if Salas learns from Blake Chapman. Try to get the top side to work early in this one before the bottom comes in. It's still your top 2, but Dittmer goes up the track. No yaw in turn number 4. That's Dino's favorite word. Vecchio moves up to 3rd, but it's Vitale that leads lap number 1. Dittmer's car is pushing up really badly. Now he's able to get some angle into it. Now Salas takes a peek underneath the 213 of Vitale as you're on board with the Salsa Man. Got a car length of the lines. We're halfway home in our final heat race of the night. This is your best race on the track. Nice onboard here with Vitale. That gives you a good perspective of where Salas is rolling. Nice exit on the outside. Salas pulled up to the door of Vitale that last time by. If he does that same corner just like he did in 3 and 4, he's got a chance to take the lead away. You can see Vitale is hopping. Salas isn't really. As we have 1 lap to go. It was Vitale at the line. Salas trying to make a last lap pass. What if Vitale sends it in to throw the slide job to get the heat win? He bounces. It's going to be a photo finish off for turn number 4. Way too close to call. Salas by 0.05 of a second. So Isaac Salas will start inside of row number 2, and that puts us to our warm-ups. We'll step aside and go to break. Stay with us. Feature time coming up next on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Getting set to go for our feature. Warm-ups continuing to wrap up. Randall Dixon, the quickest driver, at a 12.671. Of course, our penultimate race of the season for Coast to Coast. Next week, championship night. And we'll be at Williams Grove Speedway for the small blocks, big blocks, and Pro Late Models Xfinity Series. We'll wrap up at Sonoma. Obviously, the trail will continue. It travels to the events from February to November. There's our Heat 3 winner in Isaac Salas. Best of everyone, Anthony Miranda, you just saw. He'll have to start from the back tonight. Of course, you see Randall Dixon. He is the quickest. So checkers are out here on warm-ups. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our first feature of the evening. Let's meet the field and give you the RSN Trackside starting lineup. On the pole, Trevor Giroux in the 075. Next to him, it's Matt Schaefer in the 183. Row number 2, it's Slide Job, Isaac Salas in the 5, and Randall Dixon in the 011. Row number 3, the Salesman, Blake Chapman in the 20, and Michael Vitale in the 213. Row number 4, it's B-Top, Brandon Templeton in the 31, and Dean Reynolds in the Barefoot Bob McCready, number 9. Routed out the top 10, it's Michael Vecchio in the 007, next to Superman, Kurt Schatzer in the 218. Row 6, Harold Klump with a 00, and Scott Rayome with a 444. Row number 8, Craig Bristow in the 89, and Sam Bachman in the 107. Routed out the grid tonight, Bob DeGood in car number 7, the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer in the 83, and the Ant-Man, Anthony Morano in the 32. So we are set to go racing. First feature, 30 laps. We got a fun one around the corner. Lucy Olson start. Giroux and Schaefer bring us to green. It's time to get it on. Off the corner, lap 1 led by Schaefer. A tough exit for Trevor Giroux. Randall Dixon, second driver, the outside. Trouble, Blake Chapman sideways. He saves it, but we go to yellow. That'll put him to the back of the field. Not the start he wants. Blake Chapman, though, should mention, in a tight battle for the championship in the big blocks on Thursday night against Morano. This is kind of a little bit of a warm-up race for him. Although he is good in any car, obviously. We'll show you what happened here. Yeah, contact with Brandon Templeton, just heavy contact. And then it spun out as he tapped Salas's rear bumper. Give credit to the save from Chapman. It's right on board with them. So that's off the Malcolm's Mills replay. First restart of the night set to go down. Schaefer Giroux still the front row. Schaefer selects the high side as we're back to green. Salas around the outside looking for that second position. But Salas wants to go higher than Schaefer off at turn number 4. That's where he's been so good at all race long, and that's how he won the heat race, as I think we were just 4 wide in turn number 2. Couple weeks ago, we broadcasted on our Tuesday night editions, Tuesday night cluster trucks. You can go 5 wide here regardless at any car, at Fairbury, as Salas off the corner takes the lead from Schaefer, our first lead change of the evening. Schaefer now trying to fight back on the bottom. Dixon trying to thread the needle. Salas has him cleared. Dixon just ran the quickest lap last time by in a 12:87. He's around the outside on Schaefer. Tried to get up to the quarter panel, did not work. Top 3 cars all under a blanket with Reynolds and Giroux, Hoosier to Hoosier for the 4th spot. We did it Monday night. We're going to do it once again. We'll go silent on lap 9, maybe not. Yes, we will go silent on lap 9. One driver just caught big arrows for Vitale, and another driver did that time. It was Templeton. Big contact with Bob DeGood. Everyone keeps it straight. Pomelo gets into the pits. No caution as we stay under the green flag. 10 laps through here in tonight's running. Schaefer now with a challenge for second. by both Giroux and Dean Reynolds. They got a little helter-skelter there during that lap 9 moment of silence for Barefoot Bob, as well as our good buddy Bob Light, who passed away last weekend. He was the best driver to do it on the asphalt. Giroux now trying to hold off Kurt Schetzer for the 4th position. Meanwhile, up the hill went Vitale. And he kissed the cement walls in turn number 2 as he hangs on to it. We're approaching the halfway point here in tonight's feature. That gives us a good opportunity for the first time tonight to pull up the 5-lap average and show you who the best driver is on track. It may be that 218 at Schatzer, just barely over Salas. Dino tried on the exit of turn number 2, couldn't get it to work. But now look at Giroux fighting back. He's got to run underneath, trying to get back on the podium. Big run for Templeton once again. After getting on 2 wheels, he's rebounded up to 6th. And your biggest mover of this race so far, the Ant-Man. Anthony Morano started last. He is up to 8th. Would love to have a yellow flag to get back in it. Reynolds and Giroux now continue to race for 3rd. There's still Isaac Salas up in front as he approaches lap traffic, and Bob DeGood. About a 2-second lead he has on Matt Schaefer. Giroux may have been saving some tires a little bit early. Looked like him and Dino may have made some contact possibly. Not too sure though. Here come both Schatzer and Templeton. The hammer down teammates have something locked down. 3 wide, nearly 4 wide. That's the hammer down. Oh, Templeton slabs into the Tory tire and collects Vitale. And he's on his side. Bullseye. Not the yellow you want if your Salas. His 2-second lead is extinguished. But man, Templeton took a lick at that powdered donut. He liked the low side and just got dead center with it. And Michael Vitale has nowhere to go. Nice miss as well from Sam Bachman, I believe it was. Let's go on board with B-Temp. This will give you a good idea. That's in turn 4. The instance in turn 1. Bang! Look at that. You know, when you see your own Hoosier tire detached, it's not good one bit. Let's go for Tally. He had nowhere to go in this accident. Templeton shot up like a cannon, and boom.
Green flag.
Back to the green flag as we are in the home stretch. Salas able to hold serve. Let's go back to the 5-lap average once again. Both Salas and Schatzer the key cars. We're back to yellow. And I believe it may be for Rayome and Giroux, who have fallen to the back. And yes, it was. Didn't catch what happened. Did that, though, bring the caution out, though? May have had something else with Bachman. Let's take a look. Racing for a spot. Schatzer, oh, the slide job. Just was not clear. A big lick the 075 takes. Right on board with Bachman. Contact with Morano sent the 107 sliding and cutting through the lawn here at Fairbury. So the track promoter will not be happy about that, but at least it was under a yellow and not under green flag conditions. Actually puts Bachman, I believe, down a couple of spots in 9th. Let's watch this restart from the aerial shot. I know it's loud. We're going to watch it, though, as we come back to green.
Green, green, green.
It's going to take somehow to work the low side or see Salas get a mistake. If Matt Schaefer, Dean Reynolds on back want a chance. Dean's got company for 3rd and Kurt Schatzer. And look at Morano. Up 14 spots, has broken into the top 5. If only we put a bounty on him. Underneath Schatzer for 4th with 4 to go. Schatzer nearly into the wall and a handful there exiting turn 2. Can he and also Blake Chapman find a chance to get up to 4th? What a recovery from Blake Chapman. After spinning on lap 2 or getting way loose to make a great save, put him to the back. He's back up to 5th. 2 laps to go, though, for Salas. Took the lead from Matt Schaefer earlier on tonight. And Salas has looked flawless. 1 lap to go for the driver of the Super Dirt Car Series. Magnum Race Design, Venom Racing, number 5. Consistent and clean. Isaac Salas, checkered flag, wins at Fairbury. 2nd, Schaefer. Reynolds, 3rd. 4th, Schatzer. And 5th, Blake Chapman. The top 3 will pose for a photo and a clean race from a lot of drivers here tonight. Do we have the results? Oh, nope, we hit the wrong button. Apologies there. There we go. So Salas wins by just about 1.2 seconds. The gap coming in, I should mention, without the drops was 36 between Schatzer and Morano. Or excuse me, between Blake Chapman and Anthony Morano. And Chapman actually had the advantage. So he actually increases his lead in the points on the number 32, which is definitely huge going into the championship race next week at Volusia. So that is how the rest of the field looks. I believe we are set to go to talk with your top 3, and let's get Isaac in here. And let's begin with Dean Reynolds. I think I got a button clicked here from the last broadcast we had with him, so I had to unmute him. Dean, you look like Barefoot Bob out there. Who was ahead of you then, if you were to convert it to the rush hour days? There we go. Awesome. Man, you look like you had a good car on rails, especially early on, making your way up from 8th to 3rd. Oh, hang on a second. I'm sorry. Having some technical difficulties with you. I just realized that. It always happens to me on Discord. All right, go ahead.
There you go. Well, people were saying that's the way to shut up Dean, Marty. Good job.
Yes.
But no, I had a good car. I felt good, and then then I tried to make the top work, thinking because I saw Isaac run the top. But he's the master up there. But I said, let me see if I can, and I wasn't making up any ground on Schaefer. And then I saw in the relative that Trevor was getting really close, and so I went back down to the middle. And then when we got that last restart, I said, you know what? I'm going to go back up top because you start late here, so you don't get a lot of RPMs going. So I said, let me see if I can go to the top and see if maybe I can get on the outside of Schaefer, and I almost did. And then that was the second to last yellow, I'm sorry. And then that last yellow came out. But then I noticed I had 8X. And I still don't know. I know Kurt got me under yellow there, the first yellow, and then I'm like, where the heck did I get the other 6Xs? And I guess maybe net codes or brushing up against guys. So then on that last yellow, I said, you know what? I'm just going to run the middle, bring her home in third, unless Matt screws up or something like that, or Isaac gets in the wall, and we'll take the podium.
Yeah, we actually have some Luftrier paint scuffs on your race car. You probably notice it now when looking at replay. For those that missed it, I actually asked. Dean said that the 5 of Solace was Doug Hoffman. Who'd you say the guy was that's in second? If we did compare.
Well,
to
the
rest of our days?
83, I mean, he's a Hall of Famer from Western PA, Brian Swartzlander.
There we go.
And ironic is Matt Shaper's from that area, and Brian Swartzlander is a friend of his. He actually will run a Brian Swartzlander car every now and then, a tribute paint scheme. So we'll say Swartzlander and Doug Hoffman beat me.
Nice. Who do you want to give shout-outs to?
Well, I got to thank the guys from Full Throttle Motorsports. They always help step up my game. I mean, I haven't been on this sim in a week, and I had to throw a little rust off, but they were saying, try this, do that, and it seemed to work really good. So I always got to thank them. Always got to thank my friends over at Team Venom. I made a little cameo, jumped in the Discord, so I saw Trevor back for the first time in like a month and a half, and it was good to see him. But I got to thank Isaac and Brian Lawson, all those Venom guys. Marty, thanks for you for picking up the slack and doing the telecast. I guess Shaggy's waiting in a kiddie pool or something somewhere.
He
Is that what he's doing?
fixing up a pool at the moment. A linen broke.
But thank you for doing that, and thanks to Coast for giving us a place to play, and hopefully my dad's watching on. Actually, I had to click on Slide Job Racing Network to get the live YouTube, so I sent my dad the link there, and then Megan's working till 11 o'clock at night, so I'm sure she'll watch later on. But fun race, Marty, and let's put the big block in. I got another Bob McCready tribute scheme, and let's see what we can do. And congratulations to Matt and Isaac. They earned it. Really a good race up front. That was actually a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. So hopefully we're talking to you again on the podium, and if not, then I will see you on Sunday then.
Yes, looking forward to Super Dirt Car Series at Wheatsport.
Absolutely.
It'll be good, Marty.
Absolutely. Dean
Thank you,
Reynolds
man.
finishing third here tonight. We'll go on to second in Matt Schaefer. Matt, you had a good looking car tonight, racing and scheme wise. Walk us through the positives that you took away from tonight.
I didn't get passed by anyone but Isaac, so I guess that's a really good positive. I thought I might be going to the kind of falling back a little bit because I never thought Fairbury is a strong track, but I know that middle held up pretty well, and I just ran that middle the whole time, and thankfully I didn't get passed.
Did you think about trying the high side tonight or not really?
Not really, because I cannot run that wall like Isaac can. So I was just trying to play it safe and just kind of run that middle, and it was there.
Well, it was a good run for you. Who do you want to give shout-outs to?
Well, I'll like to give a shout out for once, you guys for putting on the broadcast, Dean and everybody at Coast to Coast for having the league. Isaac for actually kind of giving me some tips while I was in the waiting room here. Ham speed, ham lettering, Verizon, my dogs, my wife, my dad, my mom, and my nieces and nephews and sister.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you go. Great job tonight, and best of luck in the big block, all right?
All right. Hopefully talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Matt Schaefer finishing runner-up. Let's go to your winner. Talking with us in Victory Lane, Isaac Salas gets it done. We may have to call you Highside Salas now. I mean, you looked incredible up there tonight, whether it be your heat race or your feature tonight.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. It's good to be getting home in a decent time to run again. So we'll see. We'll see if I can keep up the I don't know what you'd want to call it. I guess keep up the momentum for sure.
I heard as well earlier you were having force feedback issues. Is that correct?
I got it fixed right before the race. I literally left. All right, I got back into session as the qualifying started, basically. So luckily I got it fixed up.
Interesting.
I
Well,
know.
how did you feel about your car here tonight at Fairbury as a whole?
I thought it was really good, man. She was very, very mobile of a car. I could kind of run bottom, middle, top, wherever I needed to, and I think she handled perfectly. She really liked the top side more so than anywhere else, just because I just kind of learned the tendencies of it, and I know when it kind of wants to kind of make its way up towards the top. So that's where we were leaning towards for sure.
Well, man, who do you want to give shout-outs to on this run?
Yeah, absolutely. All the guys at Venom Racing, Dean in the Super Dirt Car Series. Love that paint scheme, by the way. It's a pretty awesome tribute car. Magnum Race Designs, Guy 6 Racing Network, Artisan Trackside with you, sir. Everybody here at Coast to Coast, Mission 22. My Gramps, Top Notch Trucking, and then on that, thanks to like our veterans, my friends, my family that support me, and my girlfriend. Don't forget her.
Yeah, you can't forget the girlfriend. So, all right, man, great job tonight. Congratulations, and best of luck at the big block.
Awesome. Thank you, Marty. Appreciate it.
So Isaac Salas is the winner here tonight. We're going to step aside, take our first break of the evening, or our second break of the evening. When we come back, the big blocks are set to take over. Stay with us at the Coast to Coast Racing Network. It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Gets on the champion, trying to be a
bit of a hiatus, so let's get tonight when we talked about it.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Welcome back to the Coast to Coast Racing Network. We are getting set to go for big block action here at Fairbury American Legion Speedway. Thanks for joining us here once again, ladies and gentlemen. Marty Sakala with you. Let's take a look and see how the times are coming in here. And right now it's Brandon Templeton, the quickest man out there, at a 12:151. We told you coming in that the points game was tight on Thursday nights. With the drops at the moment, it is 36 points between Blake Chapman as well as Anthony Morano. That's what I was referring to earlier. So, but should be an exciting one tonight here. Once again, we haven't been with you on Thursday nights since I believe it was Kern Raceway, which was definitely a fun one to watch, that's for sure. Last week we were off because, well, Slide Job Racing Network was off because of High Limit in the state of New York. I had to go attend that. But big blocks, you should expect maybe something a lot similar. Obviously, it takes a lot of power. It can be tougher to put it to the floorboard, obviously, that's for sure. So we'll get things going here in just about 2 minutes. While we're at it, let us know who you are rooting for in the chat tonight. Let's see here who is checking in. Trevor Giroux checking in. Thanks for joining us once again, man. He drove in the 358. We'll be watching during the big blocks. So they are doing the drivers meeting as things stand here. We'll get the qualifying here set up. Our timing tower good to go. We've got this up specifically for the when checkers are out. You can see how the drivers are doing in their session. And now the checkers have flown. So get 2 minutes. If you finish 10 through 12, you will be on pole position for your heat race. Just something to keep in mind. We're going to watch the Spider Monkey once again first. In Brandon Dittmer, he'll be the one that sets the bar in qualifying. That was a really tough 1 and 2 here for Dittmer. We'll have to improve there. That's for sure. So he'll set the bar. Actually, that lap did not count. Brandon Templeton 13:21. But there's the other Dean Reynolds tribute car I mentioned earlier. The Syracuse Frame Service number 9, quickest at 12:32. Brandon Templeton, though, goes quick time at a 12:231. Here comes Isaac Salas, giving it a lot of gas off for turn number 4 to stay 4th at a 12:39. Blake Chapman second, quick at a 12:29. Craig Bristol 10th at a 12:48. Let's see what the salesman has on lap number 2. Could be a better lap. And it was not. 12:381. A bad Sector 1 costing. Let's go back to Matt Schaefer, who finished runner-up in that 358 race. Good first lap here for the 183. Maybe, maybe not. Does not validate. So have to improve here. Must have hit the wall on lap number 1. This time by, though, he goes 12th at a 12:52. So he'll be on pole for heat race number 3. Craig Bristow, Anthony Morano, Matt Schaefer are your pole sitters. But B-Temp's the quickest once again. Brandon Templeton at a 12:231. Well, let's meet the starting lineups for the heat races here tonight. Heat 1 brought to you by Flatline Racing Bodies. On the pole position, it's Craig Bristol in the number 89. Next to him, it's Sam Bachman in the number 107. Row number 2, it's Dean Reynolds in the 79. Next to B10, Brandon Templeton in the 31. Row number 3, it's Bob DeGood in car number 7, and Alex Pomelo in the 397. Steve King Foundation pace car going to waste no time on this foggy evening here at Fairbury. Set for the green, winner on pole tonight. Bristol immediately clears Bachman. Reynolds underneath for the 2 spot. Templeton and DeGood racing for 4th. Lap 1 led by Bristol. Again, high side was the place to be in the 358s. Does it come in first in the heat races? You see Bachman up on the cushion, trying to gain a lot of speed. And yeah, he did off of turn number 4 and gets side by side with Bristol. Bristol washes up the hill, gives Bachman the chance to pounce. And Bachman out in front in the number 107. And now Dino looks for a run around the outside of Bristol for second. See, Bristol gave him the room. Quickest guy on track though, Templeton, right in the bottom of this bull ring. The 12:34. That time Bachman better on the outside of the 12:33. 1 lap to go in heat race number 1. Bristol racing for 3rd, trying to hang on to it over Alex Pomelo and Brandon Templeton. Well, you know who's going to win this heat. It's Bachman. You know who's going to finish 2nd. Who is going to finish 3rd here at the end? It's 3 wide. Bristol, Pomelo, Templeton, DeGood. Bachman on pole for tonight. We now move on to heat race number 2. Heat 2 brought to you by Full Throttle Motorsports. On the pole, Anthony Morano, the Ant-Man in the number 32. Next to him, it's the bird to beast, Jeff Barker in the 513. Row 2, Randall Dixon in the 011. Next to the salesman, Blake Chapman in car 20. Rounding out the grid in row number 3, Michael Vitale in the 213. And making his first start on the Slide Job Racing Network, Colin Cunningham in car number 47. Hello to Megan checking in on Slide Job Racing Network. Just watched Dean put on a good show, finishing in 3rd in the 358s. So Morano and Barker will bring us to the green flag. Here we go. The 32 gets away with a good jump. Barker 2nd. Tries to counter back and look underneath. No yaw for the 513. Moves Blake Chapman up to P2. And so the top 2 win the championship. Chapman trying to close in on Morano. The 32 wants a really good starting spot here, especially if he wants to close in on the gap, entering Williams Grove Speedway next week. Italian Dixon, the best race on track for the 4th spot as we're halfway home in Heat 2. Dixon with a small diamond off the corner. Can get the best run on corner exit, but Chapman, 2 laps to go, a lap and a half to go now. Quickest guy on track at a 12:33, followed by Anthony Morano at a 12:36. This time by, it's cut down a 10th, 12:33 to 12:43. I don't think Blake will be able to do enough. Morano plays defense off for turn number 4. The Ant-Man wins Heat 2. Chapman 2nd, Barker 3rd, Vitale 4th, Dixon 5th, Cunningham 6th. Final heat race brought to you by Glenridge Motorsports Park. Here's the lineup. Matt Schaefer on pole position in the 183. Next to him, Harold Klump in the 00. Row number 2, Slide Job, Isaac Salas in the 5, and Scott Rayome in the 444. Row number 3, rounding out the grid, the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer in the 83. and Michael Vecchio in the 007. Ready for the green for our final heat race. Underway with the big blocks. 3 wide already. Salas looking to go 2 for 1 in 1 lap. I saw drivers do that in CRSA heats last Saturday at Land of Legends. Doesn't work, and he puts Rayome in the wall. Tried to slide up and get back up to that outside line, and Rayome pays the price. And he's crab walking on the right front. The steering arm is damaged. The suspension damaged as well. Everyone knows, though, the 5 Cars tactics. Loves to ride to the high side. Schaefer, he was a guy that loved the middle line, the 358. He said, I want to test out the top. Salas back on the baby bottom. Challenging Harold Klump for the runner-up spot. Can he get it off in turn 4? Just barely. But remember, only green flags here in the heats. No cautions, 1 bit. Final lap underway. Up the hill went the 00 Club. Salas has a chance to steal another heat race win. Needs a big run off in turn number 2. Sends it underneath. Salas looking for the big run off in turn 4. This time Schaefer gets the win by a 10th and 2. Wow, that was a fun heat race. All right, let's step aside. When we come back, featured time. Stay with us, the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Getting set to go for feature time at Fairbury. Brandon Templeton the quickest at a 12:26. Hey, just a reminder, when this race ends, we will bid adieu on tonight's broadcast on Slide Job Racing Network. Our friends at Extreme eSpeed TV will have coverage for you on Coast to Coast Racing Network for the rest of the night with the late models and the Xfinity Series Trail. Here's a look at Randall Dixon. Trying to put up some laps here and work the high side in. Isaac Salas next to him finished second in Heat 3, so he starts from 6th in tonight's feature. So checkers are out. Brandon Templeton the quickest. And ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you spending your Thursday night with us. It's time to meet the field. Here is the RSN Trackside starting lineup. On the pole, it's Sam Bachman in the 107. Next to him, the Ant-Man, Anthony Morano in the 32. Row number 2, it's Matt Schaefer in the 183. And Dean Reynolds in the 9. Row number 3, the Salesman, Blake Chapman in the 20. And Isaac Sala, Slide Job in the 5. Row 4, Craig Bristow in the 89. And the Brute to Beast, Jeff Barker in the 513. Rounded out the top 10, Harold Klump with a 00. And Alex Pablo in the 397. Row number 6, Michael Vitale in the 213. And the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer in car 83. Row 7, B-Top, Brandon Templeton in the 31, and Randall Dixon in the 011. Row number 8, Michael Vecchio in the 007, and Bob Good in car number 7. That is one more row left to go, correction. Colin Cunningham in the 47, and Scott Mariome in the 444. Pace car on pit road. We come to the green flag. As we say, where else would you rather be than right here, right now? Big block action from Fairbury. It's time to get it on. Lucy Olsen start 30 laps around Fairbury as they stack up in the back of the pack. Lap number 1 up on the board, led by Sam Bachman. Anthony Morano in second, going after the race lead on the 107. Third is Matt Schaefer. Trouble behind them. Harold Klump is around in turn number 1. See what happened. He was already sideways off for turn number 2. He had steering in the 00. Got into Templeton and was on the binder, sent him around. So Klump in the Dirt Track Untold 00 will be starting from the rear here, as he was the one to bring out the caution flag. Lights go off this time, 1 lap to green. As the full throttle drivers share row number 1. Morano selects the outside line here for this restart. That's been the place to be all along here tonight at Fairbury. Likely will be the place for the late models too. Here we come, back to the green flag. Bachman timed the restart actually really well. I'm not sure if it was quick enough that it would warrant a 5-second penalty. I think, though, that was a good restart for Bachman. He's got a chance to lead this lap of the line, and he clears Morano and leads lap number 3. 3 wide for second. Schaefer trying to get up to the top shelf. Morano's already up there, wanted the race lead. We could go 3 wide for the top spot. Here comes Blake Chapman. They're stacking them up further back. Templeton does a wheelie. DeGood goes spinning into the apron. We stay green for now. Maybe not. Dittmer in the wall pretty good in turn 2. He's got a flat right front sneaker. Pulls it off into the infield. Will stay green. Chapman looking to extend the points lead on Anthony Morano going into next week at Williams Grove Speedway. The Salesman started 5th. He loves the bottom, whatever track you go to, as Brandon Templeton is now dealing with steering issues. I don't know if he knows that the leaders are approaching him. They split the 31. Yikes! Brandon pulling off the track for Pete's sakes. Let him race, and that's what he's going to do. Because we have a heck of a race for the race lead I don't know who led at the line. It may have been Chapman. We'll see if the salesman's able to clear Sam Bachman off for 4. And that's what he does. Blake Chapman leads lap number 9. Let's go to the race for the 4th spot. Dean Reynolds against Matt Schaefer. Dino and Isaac in the big block. I think Reynolds may have edged out Schaefer for 4th. Now he tries to chase down the Ant-Man. His teammate in that full throttle 32. But I gotta tell you what, Schaefer fighting back really well. And that Ham speed 83. 11 laps complete in this one. We forgot to do it earlier because we were watching the great race from the lead. We're going to do it this time by. We're going to go silent on lap number 14 instead as we honor Barefoot Bob and Bob Light. Caution flag waves, and it's for the 47 of Colin Cunningham. He is towed it to the pits, which makes you think he may have flipped. And number 47, no steering going into turn number 3. After contact from Bob DeGood broke the steering arm, and Cunningham just didn't even know. Look how much turn, and the car just pulled up to that safer barrier. Or I'm sorry, to the cement wall. On board with the 47 of Cunningham. And look at that as well. Took out the right front wheel. Halfway home. We're coming to green this time. Real quick, let's bring up the 5-lap average. Best car on track is Blake Chapman. And all decreases from there.
Green flag, green flag.
Chapman holds serve, but a stack up, and it's 4 wide for second. Schaefer sideways, and that brings the yellow out. That's a tough break for the 183. This yellow, though, nope, it is for Matt Schaefer. That's a break that Colin Cunningham catches, as he may stay on the lead lap. Now they're actually saying he's a lap down, because we took that lap and Cunningham didn't. Here's a look from the inside. Got into Morano, got him extremely sideways at a 90-degree angle, which forced iRacing to bring the yellow out. He's had such a great night going. Unfortunately, it'll be tough to rebound from that. Great save. Won't even need to use a quick repair either. So that puts Schaefer all the way down to the 14th spot. Single file restarts rest of the way. We're going to watch this restart from our aerial camera. As Chapman brings the field back to the green flag, we are past the halfway mark. Morano sideways off for turn 2. He may lose the 3rd position. No, he won't. Back to yellow once again, and it's for Mike Vitale in the 107. I'm sorry, in the 213. That's Bachman in the 107. It's a slight touch from Pablo, gets him around off of 2. And man, look at all those dry. Man, he didn't even hold on the brakes. That was very risky. Right on board with the Vitale Motorsports ride. Racing Jeff Barker. Look at all this. Yikes, they nearly got into Bob DeGood. DeGood would not have been pleased by that one bit. All right, we'll try this once again. Again, single file restarts, rest of this race. Bachman hanging on to second, but he kisses the wall. Could give the advantage to Morano. He clears the 107 into turn 3. Who's going to get second at the line? Way too close to call. May have been Bachman. Dino Racing solids for 4th. Morano tries to slide up in front of the 107. Bachman with a run off for turn number 4, and Morano's got second at the line. 4 cars under a blanket for second spot. And now it's Salas around the outside past his buddy Dino into P4. And now he wants to get into the podium and find his way past Morano. 10 laps remaining at Fairbury. The points lead with the drops coming in for Blake Chapman was 36. With the way Morano's running, Chapman's got a chance to extend this lead and be 30 laps away after he takes this checkered flag from taking a modified championship. Dino's starting to lose some ground, and now Salas is past the 107. And Salas moves up to 3rd at the line with 7 laps to go. Now can he find his way past Bachman? The 107 sends it deep. Thinks about the slider for second. He likes the low line. Salas is up to the runner-up spot. Slide job, Salas. He opened up the door though for Bachman. Bachman throws a slider of his own. And this is just helping out Chapman pull away. I think though, Bachman edged out for second at the line. Advantage 107 maybe? Greg Bristow puts her into the pit. Salas is like, all right, man, you have it. And this has opened up a chance for Morano to take 3rd. Thinks about a slider of his own, doesn't work. Saw the sparks off the number 5, kiss the wall for just a moment. There goes Salas. Thinks about the slider once again, they touch! Bachman off the pace. He was heavy on the brakes and loses 2 spots. This gives a chance for Morano to take second. Bachman pulls it off in the pits. That was terminal damage off of Salas' slide job. And now Salas and Morano race for second position. Off for turn number 4. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Blake Chapman. In the Krite Sim Racing, Galen's homegrown popcorn number 20. Through turns number 3 and 4. Checkered flags. Chapman wins at Fairbury. Second is Salas. 3rd Morano. 4th Reynolds. And 5th Barker. Rayon from 18th to 7th. Your biggest mover tonight. But it's Blake Chapman that gets the job done. I'm interested in hearing what Salas is going to say about the slider that made a lot of contact with Bachman. I want to see. We should have a replay of it here. And we do. That's the top 10. Let's show you 11 through 18 here. Go on board here with Bachman right now. I think Bachman may have been trying to dive in the corner at the same time. But I don't know why you would pull it in. The car looked like it turned fine in 3 and 4. Now that part kind of confuses me. I'm not going to lie. So. All right, to the top 3 we go here. And we'll begin with Anthony Morano in 3rd. Anthony, walk me through your run tonight. You stayed up there near the front. Unfortunately, you couldn't get second there at the end.
Yeah,
Oh, you got us? Anthony, got a copy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we got you.
All right. Steve, my microphone's like 5 years old, so it's falling apart. But
Fair
yeah,
enough.
it's not exactly my best track. I don't run here very often. It's not really a modified track, so I just kind of held on there and tried to do what I could there with Isaac at the end and take a podium. It's kind of sucks for Sam is out there with the 358, but racing's racing.
Who do you want to give shout-outs to on this run tonight?
I thank my wife Sherry, everybody at FTM, Dean Super Air Car, Logan at High Mom Lens, Expert Installation, DJ Sim Shop, Gunner at Swan Speed, MDI TV, Marty for doing the broadcast, and everyone at Coast to Coast.
Alrighty, man. We'll let you go. Great job tonight, and we'll talk to you hopefully on Monday.
Yes, sir. Hope so.
Anthony Morano, your third-place finisher. Let's go to Isaac Salas, our second-place finisher. Isaac, first question I think is on everybody's mind is, what was your perspective on the slide job on Bachman? You two were racing really hard and a lot of fun, but then we saw the contact.
Yeah, that's probably mostly on me. I tried to leave him a lane up top, and I know that he was probably going for a crossover, but if I could have just made a little bit more obvious of that I was going to leave him a lane, I probably would have never even had any contact in the first place there.
How did you feel, though, about your car as a whole tonight?
Oh, it was almost better than the 358, to be honest with you. I was ripping the top really super fast, and nobody was coming off the top soon enough to send it into the corner like I wanted to, but that's a part of it, and yeah, I mean, it felt good, though. It was fun.
Who do you want to give shout-outs to on the run?
Yeah, big shout-outs to those guys over at Venom Racing, Dean Super Dirt Car Series, Magnum Race Designs, Got Your 6 Racing Network, RSN Trackside with you, sir. Also, good luck. I'm excited for the weekend for you, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Coast to coast, everybody here. It's good to see some new names here tonight, even. So that was awesome.
Absolutely.
Mission 22. My Gramps with Top Notch Trucking. Thank you for the broadcast, Mr. Marty. And yeah, other than that, thanks to my friends, my family, and my wonderful girlfriend.
Okay, I was making sure you remember that this time. So
I'm making sure. Don't worry. I'm making sure.
great job tonight, man.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Congrats to Blake too, by the way.
Yes. Isaac Salas finishing in second. Now we go to Victory Lane to talk with your winner. The salesman, Blake Chapman, gets things done here. Blake, a heck of a win for you tonight. Walk me through that pass on Bachman to take the lead.
Yeah, I think things really opened up for me after that first caution we had there. Guys kind of calmed down, and I saw a lane on the bottom right away on that green there on the restart, and I took it starting fifth. I knew the bottom was going to be where I was going to be at early, so I saw the lane and I took it, and we were able to get second there, and Bachman was running the top, and we were just able to have a lot of space to work down low, and I was keeping it smooth on the bottom and able to pass him after a couple laps, and then after I got around him, it was just keeping it out of those tires and keeping it smooth on the bottom.
You said you saw the bottom was going to come in, but I think it may have surprised a lot of drivers tonight that the bottom was working well. I mean, when you think of a bull ring like Fairbury, you think the high set's going to be the place to be. Why is that from your perspective?
I think you carry so much momentum, not even just down the straightaways, but throughout the corners as well. You can really just rip around this place really, really fast. And obviously Isaac figured that out tonight. But yeah, I kind of surprised myself. I was pretty quick up there early on in the night qualifying in the heat race. But when it came feature time, that top got a little slick and the bottom still had a lot of grip. And it did all night. I don't know if I was like the only one running down there or what, but that bottom had grip all night long and I wasn't moving off of it.
How do you feel about next week? 30 laps away from the championship with the big blocks at Williams Grove.
Ooh, the Grove. I like the Grove, but you know, I've slipped up there before, so we just got to keep it out of that inside fence or the outside fence, and hopefully we'll put on a good show.
Who do you want to give shout-outs to on the night tonight? I wish Dino was in here, but somehow he's not.
Yeah, I got to shout out the family for watching. Got to thank all the guys at the Cried Sim Racing team and the Can-Am Racing team. Got to thank Preston at Epsilon Sprint Wraps and 88 AJ Custom Creations. course, I got to thank Galen's Gourmet Popcorn.
Oh boy, here
They
we
got
go.
some of the best stuff out there. And don't forget to use code CART, that's C-A-R-T, at checkout for 15% off. And I got to thank you for putting this on, Marty.
All right, we'll let you go. Great job tonight, and best of luck Monday the next time we see you.
Thanks, Marty.
So Blake Chapman gets things done here. And remember, coming up next here, late models and Xfinity Series Trail with Travis Piercefield and Extreme eSpeed TV. Travis, what are we looking forward here tonight the most?
Hopefully getting the night started for the second half here with a good pro late model race from Fairbury, and then of course we go to the road course, Road America with the Xfinity Series, which should be interesting to watch. Those road courses are always a challenge for that series, and seeing who can come out on top.
So with that being said, if you're watching on Slide Job Racing Network, we're going to bid adieu on the night. If you're watching on Coast to Coast Racing Network, stay tuned. You'll see it load for a couple seconds as we are just switching streams over from SJRN to eSpeed. So with that, on behalf of everyone at the Coast to Coast Racing Network, I'm Marty Sakala signing off. Your winners tonight, Isaac Salas and Blake Chapman. So long. Perfect, man. Alrighty, good luck tonight. You too.
Thanks, man.
Welcome back to the Coast to Coast Racing Network as we have Thursday Night Thunder coming from Fairbury Speedway tonight. I'm Travis Pearsall with Extreme E Speed TV. As we get to the second half of Thursday Night Thunder this week, we've got the Pro Late Model Division here at Fairbury Speedway as we march on. Reminder, after this we have the NASCAR Xfinity Series coming from Road America as well, so plenty of racing action here to go to complete your Thursday night. As we look at those Sim Racer Hub point standings here for the Pro Late Models. It is Kurt Schatzer, 1 win, leading the points by 2 points over Anthony Morano, 2 wins on the year. Brandon Templeton, 3rd with 3 wins. Dean Reynolds, 4th, and Dylan Kinsey in the 5th spot, which we have 4 drivers here for qualifying. Which will come to an end here quickly. 11:93 for Kurt Schatzer, which was wrapping up as we jumped in here. Templeton 2nd fastest, Morano 3rd fastest, Dean Reynolds 4th fastest here. As that qualifying session comes to an end, that will move us right and quickly onto this heat race here tonight as they get lined up on the track. The starting lineup's going to look like this. Dean Reynolds in 1st alongside Anthony Morano, Brandon Templeton 3rd, and Kurt Schatzer in 4th. So this will help set that field for that feature event tonight. Obviously, car count limited here tonight for the Pro Late Models. We talked about it last week. And good racing action here with the Pro Late Models. Hoping that more jump into this series here as we get going. So this, of course, will set the field for tonight's 30-lap feature event, which here with the late models has gone by very quickly with the limited car count. A lot of green flag laps here. Last week we went heat race, no cautions, and then no cautions during that 30-lap feature event. As that Stephen King Foundation pace car off the track. Green flag racing here from Fairbury. Anthony Morano, Schatzer in that outside line. Dean Reynolds able to hold on to that spot. He'll slide up across the groove there. Schatzer now looking to the inside of Morano. Nothing there yet down the backstretch. Murano all the way out. Of course, this Fairbury Speedway extremely wide all the way around. Plenty of racing room. You can see front 3 cars, 3 different lines through 1 and 2 as Templeton gets into the wall there. Dean Reynolds holding on here during this one. Murano still using that outside line, that momentum he gets off of the corner, allowing him to stay in front of Schatzer, who's trying to run that lower line, unable to complete that pass as of right now. Templeton off the track, so he'll start 4th, and that features the white flag waves. One more lap around this track, very quick. 12-second laps here, as it will be Dean Reynolds your winner, Anthony Murano 2nd, Kurt Schatzer 3rd, Brandon Templeton in the 4th position. As we will move on to our Oswego Speedway intermission session. As you see Templeton back out on the track, he'll start in the 4th spot. Anthony Murano out there. Dean Reynolds now entering the racing surface as well. Dean Reynolds, of course, will be our pole sitter for that feature after picking up the heat victory. Of course, heat race number 1, presented by Flatline Racing Bodies. We move on to that feature event here for the Extreme E-Speed TV Pro Late Model Division here on Thursday Night Thunder, presented by Gambler Motorsports. Looking ahead, we've got that Xfinity Series coming up next. Colin Johnson's your points leader. He currently leads Keith Jackson. Gordon Spain in 3rd. He's ran really well lately. Jeffrey Kemper in 4th. Terry Landis in 5th. Of course, Colin Johnson, Keith Jackson, Dan McLaren, some of the names that have been really good on those road courses this year. Looking back, it was Zachary Chapman, the winner at Circuit of Americas back in March. Colin Johnson 2nd. G.J. Boydell finished in the 3rd spot. And then if you look at the trail standings, Colin Johnson, points leader there. Jeffrey Kemper, Keith Jackson, Gordon Spain, Donovan Ross, your top 5 there. And if you look back at we went to Kansas road course with that Xfinity Series in the fall. Of course, the road courses tend to be a lot of green flag racing action, so we'll see how that plays out tonight. Of course, similar here with the Pro Late Model. So once it gets to Extreme E-Speed TV's portion of Thursday Night Thunder, a lot of fast-paced racing action. And unlike a lot of local dirt tracks, as this session will come to an end, no need to pack the overnight bag to get a night of racing action in here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network on Thursday Night Thunder, as efficiency is high here on Thursday Night Thunder with our series that we have running. But we'll look at that starting lineup. And it's going to look like this, of course, presented by RSN Trackside. Dean Reynolds on the pole alongside Anthony Murano. Row number 2 will be Kurt Schatzer next to Brandon Templeton. So 30 laps around this Fairbury Speedway. Dean Reynolds looking to pick up of victory here tonight from the pole. As you've got our top 4 point sitters here, or top 4 in the point standings here tonight. So Anthony Morano coming in 2 points behind Kurt Schatzer as they'll make their way around. Stephen King Foundation off the pace truck off the track. Lucy Olson green flag waves, and we're back to racing action here at Fairbury, the final dirt race of our Thursday Night Thunder coverage here tonight. Morano able to finally get around Dean Reynolds there with that outside, something he was unable to do in that heat race. And as I say that, Dean Reynolds holding on strong to that inside line. Anthony Morano still unable to clear him. Schatzer's moved up in front of Templeton in the 3rd spot. Dean Reynolds continues to run that low to middle line, hanging on to that lead. Morano going even further around this track as he's up near the wall, at least in 3 and 4 that last time. He'll come down to try to hold off Schatzer now, as they're side by side behind Dean Reynolds here. 5 laps into this one very quickly here. Templeton back in the 4th position. So Dean Reynolds holding on to this lead here. 25 laps to go. Very quickly working our way through this one. Morano still using that inside line. Scrapes the wall a couple times that last lap as he continues to try to chase down Reynolds up ahead. Nothing there. Schatzer still looking to his inside, but unable to make a move on him as well. Gain on Reynolds there as that battle for second is right off the bumper of that 79. Nobody being able to make a move yet. As Morano's able to finally pull ahead, he'll actually lead that lap over Dean Reynolds at the line. As now Schatzer using that outside line. Morano almost clearing Reynolds there. There he will that time off the corner. And now Schatzer's looking to the outside of Dean Reynolds. Schatzer hopping sideways through the corner there. You can see how rough it is as he's able to take over that second spot. As we'll ride along the Chapman Racing blimp. Oh, and you see Schatzer get into that outside wall hard there in that corner. Dean Reynolds has now moved up the track as well. You can see Templeton back there in the 4th position, and now you can also see that gap that Morano has opened up on Schatzer as he's looking to gain some ground on that points leaders. We're halfway, 15 laps to go. Anthony Morano, our leader, will ride along with Kurt Schatzer for a lap or two. As you can see, with a dozen laps to go, Schatzer using that inside line, trying to gain on Morano, unable to do anything yet, as they're all spaced out about 0.7 of a second, the top 3. Plenty of gap and room between them for any mistakes. As Murano still holding court here at Fairbury Speedway tonight. 6 laps to go. Schatzer about 9/10 of a second back. Dean Reynolds a second behind Schatzer. So Murano has plenty of room here. Going to pick up some points on Kurt Schatzer, who's the points leader on him by 2 points coming into tonight. As we are going to move through this Pro Late Model division quickly here tonight. Of course, that NASCAR Xfinity Series coming up next. Schatzer has closed that gap. It's down to 7/10 of a second now as he's pressing forward here with 3 laps to go. Unable to make anything of a move yet on Murano. You can see he has closed that gap. As this time by will be 1 lap to go for Anthony Murano. Schatzer running out of time. He'll still use that inside line. Nothing there yet through 3 and 4 for the final time. Your winner, Anthony Murano at Fairbury. Second will be Schatzer. Third, Dean Reynolds. Brandon Templeton off the track 7 laps early, finishing in the 4th spot. And just like that, Pro Late Models are done here at Fairbury Speedway. Of course, we'll talk to our top 3 finishers. Anthony Murano, Kurt Schatzer, Dean Reynolds, Brandon Templeton. As we will first talk to our 3rd place finisher. It's going to be Dean Reynolds tonight. Dean, come away with a 3rd place finish. You pick up a heat victory, start on the pole. Walk us through your 30 laps here at Fairbury.
Yeah, no, I'm just using this to learn. So I, got a couple heat wins, Travis. I mean, I'm glad they announced they're going to keep the Pro Late Models, but we got to work on getting some more cars for that. We're going to move up the starting time so we don't have to wait that half hour anymore, and because I think that has something to do with it. But I like these Pro Late Models, even on tough tracks like Kern and then Lincoln and here. They're still a lot of fun to drive, so I was just using it to learn. And Kurt's a little bit better. He runs these late models a little bit more. Anthony's really becoming good in them, but I'm happy with the 3rd, even though there's only 4 cars. But to be within the same, distance of these guys and not losing too much at 30 nonstop laps, I take a learning experience from that.
When you come into this trying to learn, you were running a line obviously different than Anthony and even Schatzer were really running there. When you're trying to learn, are you just running what's comfortable with what you or your car wants, or do you try to press the limits and try some new things when you're out there?
I thought that was the lane, and then I messed up coming out of a corner. No, I messed up at an entry going into 3, and Anthony, we were in the same Discord, and he says, I'm on the outside of you. And so by him to be on the outside with me, a little bit of mistake that let me know the outside was starting to come in. And then Kurt threw a slider on me, and I had to check up a little bit there. And he went to the top, and I said, well, that's where I got to go. So, but I was going where I thought was the fast lane. I'm getting to where I can run comfortably in multi-lanes now, where before, Travis, I had to go where I was comfortable because I just wasn't confident enough for running these cars. But now I am. So, I think we're going to take this and go into next season, and hopefully we'll get 12 to 15 cars, if not more. And I just talked to Jeff Barker about maybe scheduling these on a little bit bigger tracks where guys that don't run them a lot will feel comfortable. Because if you don't feel comfortable in these cars, you're not going to come to Fairbury to run them. And I think that's what we're having here.
Well, you talk about next season. What can you take away from this season that you've ran and take into next season? Hopefully from the start feel more comfortable in the car and where you're headed.
Well, I got a new wheel and pedals. I'm about a month and a half in on them, and they've really stepped up my confidence in the Pro Late Models. I mean, that last race where I ran, and I was right behind Templeton at Lincoln, and I'm like, I had never been right behind Templeton in anything in late models. And so that was a real confidence boost for me, was that race right there. And then, to win a heat, it's a heat and everything else, but still a win. And you got to take that. So I'm confident going into next year, next season. I just want to get a win. I do have one win in Pro Late Models. I won at I-55. Actually held off Blake Chapman. But that was really a one-lane track. I just didn't have to mess up. But I like to go in next season and see if I can get a win. That'd be nice. And a couple more podiums and talk to you.
Well, hey, a win's a win, Dean. So you've got one already. Let's look to build on that next season. Who are those folks and those sponsors you want to give a shout out to tonight?
Well, I just got to thank the guys from Full Throttle Motorsports. As always, we're starting to run a little bit more late models as well. Not just me and Anthony, but there's a couple other guys. We're feeling comfortable in the pro late models, and we're learning on that together. Got to thank the guys from Team Venom. I'm in their Discord a lot, and we always have a lot of fun there. Got to thank you, Travis, for sticking around and still doing the telecast. I know, it could be trying time to try to make a 4-car race sound exciting, but hopefully, I think it was. I mean, I think we're all pretty close, and I think you had something to at least show the fans. But I got to thank you, and got to thank Coast to Coast for giving us a place to play.
No, and shout out to Dean for being admin all season long. And hey, I'm a late model guy, Dean. So I'll watch one late model out there on the track if I have to.
Well, these are fun, and if everyone's listening or anyone out there is listening, I think hopefully maybe we'll schedule them on Volusias and Eldoras and Lernervilles where we got some room and to be a little bit more forgiving on the steering because these things can push like a dump truck if you don't get them right in the corner, and I get that. But if you get them on Volusia and a big track like that, they won't push on you. So hopefully maybe we can talk to whoever's doing the scheduling and get some of those tracks in. And let's get a bunch of cars. So if you're doing the telecast again, you can have a lot more fun.
Sounds good, Dean. I'll see you next week. Thanks for talking, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, Travis. Thank you, man.
That is Dean Reynolds, our third place finisher tonight. Now coming home second is going to be Kurt Schatzer. Kurt, you come up, you get by Dean there for that second position. You close that gap up on Anthony a little bit, but just not enough time for you there. Walk us through your finish to a second place.
Yeah, Travis, I don't know if you know, Morano and I kind of have a points battle going on. So
we noticed that.
All right, well. So he was on the front row, so I was telling teammate there, Templeton, I was like, man, Anthony can't win. We got to do what we got to do to get out front there. But he had the preferred starting position out front there, and we had a good race with Dean. It was a lot of fun, and he managed to get out to the front there and stretched out a little bit of a lead before I could get around Dean. And man, I thought the bottom would work here and there, and then I would lose a little bit. And I don't know if I was just overdriving the car to just try to make up a little bit of distance on them, but I mean, all in all, I can't complain with the second place finish. Fast time got me a little bit of points there, so I hope that evens out the difference a little bit.
And then going into next week, obviously the points battle will continue again next week. Almost a NASCAR type situation where you feel like you have to win for a chance at the championship. What's that going to put on you here, especially with your experience in the late model and your I don't even know what to call it. When people think late models in this league, they think of you a lot of the time. So what's it going to take to hold on to that championship?
Well, I actually just squeaked out by a couple points on him going into this week, so that kind of changed the mindset a little bit. I put down a little bit of extra practice laps this week coming in, so I'll probably do the same going into next week. I mean, he's a pretty strong competitor, so I would like to see if we could get some more car count in here and make it a little more interesting. I don't know. I'm kind of a little speechless right now.
Well, you're obviously very good in the late model. When you see the car counts here for Coast to Coast, what's your pitch to everybody else to get them out here in a late model with you?
Oh, I don't know. I think the late models are the best cars out here in the sim, really. We got a good bit of guys here that know how to get around the track. Templeton, Reynolds, and Morano. We used to have a bunch of guys, Hines, Spies. I'd like to kind of guilt them into coming back around. And I don't know.
I already texted Andy about him getting back out here, and I was letting him know that his late model car count was slim tonight. So I've already been texting him.
Yeah, Andy and all the boys that he bring along is greatly missed here in the league. So talk to Roger and everybody to see about opening this up and seeing what we can do about getting a little bit of extra guys in here.
Well, very cool. Very a good run for you tonight. Obviously, next week will be fun to watch, but that battle between you and Anthony. Who are those folks and who are those sponsors you want to give a shout out to tonight?
Yeah, thank Jay, Dirt Track Bank, everything they do to support racers all around the country. Hammer Down Racing, Brandon Templeton, Brian Dickens, Joe Halter, Got Your Six Racing Network, and Friday Night Lights, Coast to Coast. You for coming out and doing the broadcast for us for Thursday. We really appreciate you doing it, even though there's a slim car count here this past season. And my wife Bree and my son Mason sitting behind me watching me, and everybody watching at home.
Well, great run tonight, Kurt. We'll see you next week. That's our second place finisher tonight, Kurt Schatzer in the 218. And now we'll join Anthony Morano in victory lane. Anthony, you come away with the victory tonight. Had some, it took some laps to get by Dean there for the first time, but once you got out front, you were able to pull away.
Yeah, Dino definitely made me work for it there. Not my best track on the sim for sure, but just I knew the Highline would eventually kick in, and that was pretty much my game plan the whole night. Just get to the top and plant there, and someone's gonna pass me. I have to do it on the bottom or slide me, and then it'd be a dogfight from there. But we were gonna try it.
So you come into tonight, you were 2 points behind Schatzer, obviously able to beat him here tonight. What's going to be your strategy going into next week to try to claim this victory over Kurt?
Thankfully for me, Williams Grove is actually my best track, so that's the one upside to it, and hopefully it helps out in all three. I think I actually locked up the 358 championship tonight too, so so just hopefully maybe I'll actually spend some time practicing here and see what I can do.
Awesome, and we talked about both with Dean and with Kurt with these late models and how much fun they've had in them this year. What's your pitch to all the other drivers in the Coast to Coast Racing League about getting out here in a late model with you guys?
I race pretty much just the modifieds and the late models, but I mean, in my book, the pro late model runs a lot like a big block. So if you like running the big blocks, the pro late models are pretty close. A little bit on the snugger side in the corners, but still not a bad thing to try. And I mean, never hurts to get out and learn to drive a new car. And the more you drive different cars, the more you can add it to whatever car you can use the knowledge you learn from driving it, and you can put it towards using other cars. I mean, I learned throttle control by running on asphalt, so.
Well, very cool. We're excited to see that battle between you and Kurt next week. Who are those people and those sponsors you want to give a shout out to tonight?
I gotta thank my wife Sherry, all the teammates I have over at Full Throttle Motorsports. They help me out a lot with running all these different cars I've been trying to learn and getting better in. And then Dean at Super Rare Car, Logan at High Mom Lens, Gunner at Swan Speed Shop, Expert Installation, DJ Sim, MDI TV, Travis G for doing the broadcast, and I'm at Coast to Coast.
Well, great run tonight, Anthony. We look forward to seeing what you can pull off next Thursday.
Thanks a lot, Travis. Have a good week, buddy.
That is Anthony Morano, our winner here for the Pro Late Models tonight. We'll throw up that finishing order for the Pro Late Models here from Fairbury tonight. As it's Anthony Morano, your winner over Kurt Schatzer, Dean Reynolds in the third spot, Brandon Templeton in fourth. And with that, our Pro Late Models and our dirt racing action of the night comes to an end here on Gambler Motorsports Thursday Night Thunder. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have that NASCAR Xfinity Series. It looks like we've got about 15 minutes here before we'll go live with the NASCAR Xfinity Series, unless they press forward early. But we will be here, and we will be back shortly. As always, thank you for tuning in to the Coast to Coast Racing League. We will be back after this break.
it's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a
Bit of a hiatus, so let's get. Tonight we'll be talking about it.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a
Bit of a hiatus, so let's get. Tonight we'll be talking about it.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
it's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Gets on the champion, trying to be a
Bit of a hiatus, so let's get. Tonight we'll be talking about it.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Welcome back to the Coast to Coast Racing League Network as we are here from Road America for the NASCAR Xfinity Series here on the road course. Currently got 8 cars out here on the track getting ready for this one from Road America, as we will pull up those point standings. Of course, presented by Sim Racer Hub. So the Xfinity Cup Series coming into tonight. Colin Johnson, your points leader. He's over Keith Jackson, Gordon Spain, Jeffrey Kemper, and Terry Landis. And looking who we have here tonight, points leader Colin Johnson is here. Keith Jackson not here currently. Gordon Spain in third is currently here. Jeffrey Kemper in fourth is here as well. So 3 of the top 4 in the point standings here tonight. If we look at those trail standings, also Colin Johnson, Jeffrey Kemper, and Keith Jackson atop those point standings. As we'll show our practice speeds here. 21-second difference from top to bottom of those 7 cars that have been on the track. Jeremy Tate is also here at the track. He has not hit the track for any practice session yet. As we watch Preston Kramer out on the track make his way around this Road America. Of course, was on the NASCAR Cup Series schedule for a couple years before it was then removed for Chicago Street Course. Was a long time stay on the NASCAR Xfinity Series prior to that. Some great finishes here. I think when I think of Road America, I always think of the uphill climb to that start-finish line. Mark Gilbert out there on the track as well. He's working his 3rd lap. See that corner, very treacherous there. So our practice session here before the event and before qualifying should be wrapping up here in the next about 90 seconds. And as we've talked about, these road courses have typically led to some long green flag runs here. Obviously plenty of time to correct and get off the track, and most of the incidences do happen out of the way. Jeffrey Kemper's made his way back out onto the track now as well. You see him out there in his 181 machine. He's currently 2nd fastest, not far off the pace of Johnston's best lap here in this practice session. as that will take this session to the finish. We'll get ready for that qualifying session now as cars will hit the track here at Road America. Set that starting lineup for the NASCAR Xfinity Series here from Road America here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Preston Kramer amongst the first ones out there. Mark Gilbert out there as well. We'll have times come in as they complete their laps. As always, thank you to everyone tuning in here tonight on Gambler Motorsports Thursday Night Thunder. Jeffrey Kemper not far behind Preston Kramer, getting his laps in as well. Colin Johnston out there on the track as well, along with Mark Gilbert. So those are the four guys out there currently. Some drivers choose not to qualify or are unable to qualify. So we'll see if those are four the only ones looking to go for that quick time here tonight. So Gilbert will take the green flag. Currently 3 laps being ran here. Kemper, Preston Kramer, you can see all very tight and close on the track for positioning. Oh, as Preston Kramer has issues hard into the wall there on his qualifying run. Kemper able to keep it on the track. So Kemper halfway through his lap. Mark Gilbert right behind him. Looks like Preston Kramer not going to make an attempt after his issues on the track. Oh, and Gilbert will go around. So 2 of the 4 drivers out there on the track having issues. Kemper now having issues as he's off. Colin Johnston now the lone driver out on the track looking to complete his lap. So Colin Johnson will actually run out of time there, so no times given. That means a random draw for the race, and that means we will line up like this. It's Gordon Spain on the pole next to Colin Johnson. Third, Mark Gilbert alongside Jacob Butcher. Fifth will be Jeremy Tate next to Preston Kramer. Jeffrey Kemper in the 7th position, and Tim Chapman in 8th. So they'll get lined up here on the front stretch, it appears, as they are behind that Stephen King Foundation pace car. Of course, your running order over to the left. So it looks like we're waiting for our pole sitter. So here we go, lining up and rolling on the front stretch. So they are lined up, ready to go, making their way around this track. Getting closer and closer to going green. Of course, this is our final race of Thursday Night Thunder here tonight, presented by Gambler Motorsports. Gordon Spain. And Colin Johnston. Of course, a lot of 77s on the track in honor of Bob Light, who passed away on Saturday night. A mainstay here in the Xfinity and Asphalt here on the Coast to Coast Racing League. So they make their way around closer and closer to that start-finish line here to get this one underway. "30 laps around this Road America here tonight." As they make their way, you can see the elevation there down the front stretch to that start-finish line. As they'll come up over that crest to that start-finish line and that flagman to send this to green. Green flag waves, and we're racing from Road America here with the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Good start by Gilbert there on the inside line. He'll jump up in front of Johnston as they head off into that first corner. All clear there as you see Jeremy Tate, Jacob Butcher next to each other. Things here clear early and clean at that. Good start for Gilbert. Johnson settled in behind him in second now. Small gap back there to Tate and then Jeffrey Kemper. Johnson peeked to the inside of Gilbert there. Didn't force anything though. Still, as he gets bumped there by Tate as they checked up to head into that corner. See the damage there to the back of Johnston. He'll get back on the track there as he's in the 7th spot. Don't think that was intentional, but obviously Johnson can't be happy about that. That allows Gilbert to open up his lead. As you can see, the Tim Chapman Racing drone shot here as they head through that gap from the leader back now to Kemper. You can see Johnson settling in there behind Butcher. Gordon Spain leading that group here. Oh, a car off the track there. That looked like possibly Jacob Butcher. Yes, it is Jacob Butcher that went off the track there. Preston Kramer trying to track down Gordon Spain. Up front, it's going to be Mark Gilbert. He's going to lead lap number 1 here at Road America. As Kemper's able to close, he's under a second behind Gilbert there, so Gilbert not able to pull away completely here, and that gap, since we showed the overhead, has closed up there. See the front 5 all within what is 5 seconds on the track. As Kemper really closing that gap on the 17 of Gilbert now. As they make their way around. That lead down to 0.3 of a second. So Kemper just slowly chipping away. It's about 3 seconds back to Preston Kramer in 3rd. As you can see that gap back to the 3rd place car. Beautiful portion of the track here at Road America. Also not very forgiving if you do get off track there. And Kemper's going to look to the inside of Gilbert there as he makes a move for lead. Oh, they make contact. Kemper jumps through the grass. He's going to complete the pass. As a strong overtake there by Kemper. And with that contact, able to put about a second between he and Gilbert. So we're going to be 2 laps in here. 2 different leaders as we now work on and move on to lap number 3. As Kemper's able to separate. Not much tight racing action here on the track. It's Preston Kramer, as it looks like. Gilbert ends up falling all the way back to 6th. Speaking of falling back, Colin Johnson, who got bumped off the track, fell back to the 7th position, quickly back up into the top 3 here. You can see Colin Johnson chasing down Preston Kramer in the 2nd position. That gap down under a second now. As Kemper still 6 seconds out front. Both drivers have problems with that corner there, so they'll stay. Actually, Preston's able to pull away slightly from Johnson. Although still plenty of time to correct. That's Kemper, an 8-second lead. Tim Chapman's on pit road. Actually, he's had some issues. He's off the track. Mark Gilbert's rebounded up to the 5th position. Colin Johnson still there in 3rd. Still a second and a half behind Kramer. Oh, as Kramer has issues, that'll move Colin Johnson into 2nd. So the key of staying on the track holds true here tonight. As you can see, Johnson had problems in that corner. That allows Kramer to close that gap back up to a second. Closest battle on the track right now is these two who keep going back and forth. As well right along with Preston Kramer as he goes off the track trying to chase down Colin Johnson. As you see Gilbert having issues, he'll go to the pits. So Tim Chapman is back on the track. He's in the 7th spot. You can see right in front of Kemper, the leader. So trying to hold on to that lead lap. Preston Kramer's a 2nd behind Gordon Spain. Spain got by him when he went off the track last lap. But you can see Preston Kramer starting to close that gap. Kramer slowly chipping away at that gap on Gordon Spain. Still around a 2nd. But as we've seen, one corner, one little mistake can close that gap up quickly. As you see Spain go off the track, that now cuts that gap in half, down to a half a second for Kramer. He'll overtake to the inside, then go off the track, which gives it right back to Spain. As out front, another lap complete, lap number 5 complete. It's Jeffrey Kemper. 25 laps to go here at Road America. So Kemper leads. Mark Gilbert still off the track on lap number 3. Jeremy Tate now headed to the pit area in the 7th position. You can see Preston Kramer trying to close down that gap down to Gordon Spain again. As Kemper stretched his lead out to 15 seconds now. So no pressure, no one near him. Colin Johnston in 2nd position still. Right where he started. Jeffrey Kemper's also our hard charger here. As Kemper's up 6. Colin Johnston running right where he started in 2nd. Gordon Spain running in 3rd. He started on the pole. So down 2 positions here. 5 laps, almost 6 laps into this one now. Preston Kramer's up 2 spots into the 4th position. Behind him, Jacob Butcher in 5th. 6th, Tim Chapman. Currently 1 lap down. Jeremy Tate is in the pit area, as is Mark Gilbert. They run 7th and 8th respectively. As lap number 6 will go to Jeffrey Kemper. So Kemper having a great run tonight. Closest battle on the track is Preston Kramer, currently 1.6 seconds behind Gordon Spain. Gordon Spain running in third, Preston Kramer in the fourth position. Jeffrey Kemper took over the lead for lap number 2 from Mark Gilbert, who led lap number 1. Colin Johnson running in second. He actually fell back to 7th on lap number 1, quickly made his way back up into the top 2. As another lap complete here at Road America. Oh, and Preston Kramer able to close that gap on Gordon Spain. Spain apparently having some issues there through the corners. Tim Chapman just had an incident as well. Jeremy Tate just went, oh, and there's one of the other 77s on the track. Looks like Jeremy Tate. Spain trying to hold off. You see Tim Chapman, so some close racing here. This car's all over on different laps currently. This one is for a position. As Preston Kramer looks ahead, trying to chase down Gordon Spain, as we'll ride along with him. Able to close that gap there. Preston Kramer gets out of sorts as he closed that gap on Spain quickly there. He'll settle back in, knowing plenty of time here, 23 laps to go, not going to force anything on Spain. As you can see, Spain now behind Tim Chapman there. Tim Chapman is a lap down. See how Spain maneuvers around, and Chapman will just move to the side there. Let Spain and then now Preston Kramer move by. And then, of course, lap car Jeremy Tate. So now you've got Jeremy Tate and Tim Chapman racing for position. We'll watch this battle now. Battle for 6. Both drivers are a lap down. Oh, and Tim Chapman will go around. Jeremy Tate able to slide by. As now we'll look at this battle again for the 3rd spot. So great battle here, under half of a second now here as Preston Kramer continues to follow Gordon Spain around. You see behind them Jeremy Tate goes around. That may open the door for Tim Chapman to make a pass, and he does. So Chapman will regain that 6th position. Oh, and here they make contact. Preston Kramer locks it up behind Spain. And I laugh because this is multiple times now, Preston's gotten to that bumper of Spain and just unable to make a move on him. So more difficult than not here on Road America. Catching the guy in front of you is one thing, getting by them is another thing here. With 22 laps to go, you see Jeffrey Kemper still out front. And up the hill in the pits, Jeffrey Kemper goes over that wall, which apparently we don't have a good camera angle, at least coming up there. Colin Johnson going to pit as well. So they'll stay on the same cycle. If they're pitting because they need to, looks like we could have one or two more pit stops here. It's going to be close. Gordon Spain will pit from third. See what Preston Kramer decides to do, as he will make his way to pit road as well. As Kemper is now off and back on the track. So he makes his pit stop. Colin Johnson 9 seconds back. So 21 laps to go here. Jeffrey Kemper continues to lead. Johnston not far behind, well, in second, 9 seconds back. Gordon Spain's now back on the track after his pit stop in the third position. Preston Kramer's working on getting out as well. He lost a lot of ground on Spain right there before they made their pit stops. So Kemper already stretching that lead out to 10 seconds now. Jeremy Tate's back in the pits. So everyone now has at least made one pit stop. Kemper leads lap number 10 here. So Kemper now up to 13 seconds as we've been watching him around this track. Gordon Spain in the third spot still. Preston Kramer 16 seconds back. At this point, the closest battle on the track is the one between first and second. 14 seconds now. It is Tim Chapman, Jeremy Tate in the pit area. Looks like recently Tim Chapman, Jacob Butcher, Colin Johnston all had issues going off the track. Now back on the track, both of them. As you see, Colin Johnston off into the gravel. Once again there, coming down to the start-finish line. So Johnson now settling back into a groove. Kemper running very smooth laps. Of course, having that distance behind you to the next car helps, but also just being able to pull out there and the consistency that it takes here on a road course like this. Very technical and very technically sound for Jeffrey Kemper tonight. As he's now stretched that lead out to 24 seconds here, working lap number 13. Chapman and Jeremy Tate still in the pit area, so they're 3 laps down now. Colin Johnson in second, 24 seconds back. Another 24 seconds back is Gordon Spain in third. 20 seconds back, Preston Kramer. And about another 40 seconds back to Jacob Butcher. You can see Mark Gilbert off the track on lap number 3, calls it a night. Kemper here dominating in this one. With less than 18 laps to go. So Kemper here, continuing to charge on. We'll go take a look at Colin Johnston, 27 seconds back now. As you see him making laps around. See Colin Johnson back into the pit area, makes his way up. Gordon Spain makes his way around here as Jeffrey Kemper, another lap down. This should give Gordon Spain that second position over Colin Johnson. So Spain now settling in that second spot. He's a minute behind Jeffrey Kemper and 9 seconds up on Colin Johnston now. Tim Chapman is back out on the track. He's currently 4 laps down. As Kemper will cross that line, 14 laps down. Getting closer and closer to that halfway mark here. So Kemper making his way through. It's now 1 minute lead here. As Tim Chapman and Jeremy Tate back in the pit area. Jacob Butcher in the 5th spot. Running 4th up ahead is Preston Kramer. You can see he's within striking distance of Colin Johnson, who runs in the 3rd position now. 2nd, Gordon Spain. And half a lap ahead is our leader, Jeffrey Kemper. As you see, Kemper closing in on Jacob Butcher. Butcher will move to the side. That'll put Butcher 1 lap down. So now 4 cars on the lead lap here at Road America. As it will be the halfway mark. Cross sticks this time by 15 more laps to go. As the first time we've seen it, Kemper off track a little bit there. So Kemper continues to lead here. Working the halfway, or now past the halfway mark. Kemper, Spain, Creamer, your top three. All pitted on lap number 9. As you can see, Colin Johnson's fallen back to the 3rd spot. Preston Creamer has made his way by him. Preston's now about 3.5 seconds behind Gordon Spain for the 2nd position. So Kemper continues to lead. Here we got Preston Creamer. Had closed on Gordon Spain. Looks like Colin Johnson just went off the track as well. He's back on the track. Butcher also just recently went off the track. He's in the 5th position, a lap down. So Gordon Spain's in that 2nd spot. But Preston Creamer was able to close quickly, and it's still under a second here, this battle for 2nd. As Gordon Spain will fall back to the 3rd spot. Preston Creamer able to move past him and quickly pull away. Kemper still out front. He's got a 1 and 15 second lead. And our front two obviously putting good laps together here at Road America. Jeffrey Kemper up 6 spots into the lead, and Preston Creamer up 4 spots into 2nd. As he's been able to pull away from Gordon Spain in 3rd. Colin Johnson runs in the 4th position. Jacob Butcher in 5th, 1 lap down. Jeremy Tate in 6th, Tim Chapman 7th, and Mark Gilbert in the 8th position. So Kemper still leading here as he makes his way through. Completing lap number 18 this next time by. That'll bring us to a dozen laps to go here at Road America. And we'll complete our Thursday Night Thunder presented by Gambler Motorsports for this 23rd day of May. And here comes Kemper to the pits. He pitted on lap 9. Now he'll keep it even. Pit on lap number 18. As Preston Kramer will make his way around. He's still about halfway through this course. So we'll see if Preston Kramer stays on the same cycle as Jeffrey Kemper. And see if he pits this time by. Kemper is out of the pit area, so he's back on the track here. Preston coming to that final corner to head up the hill and to that start-finish line. We'll see if he dives off onto pit road. And he will, so he'll stay on that same pit cycle. We'll see if Gordon Spain does as well as he makes his way through that final corner. And there he comes. Colin Johnston pitted on lap number 13, so changes up the cycle here. As he'll move into that second spot, as he had about 4 extra laps on pitting than Preston Kramer, Gordon Spain, and Jeffrey Kemper. As he'll cycle back up to that second spot. Jeffrey Kemper out front still, though. A 48-second lead over Colin Johnson, who's now in that second position. So Preston Kramer, Gordon Spain both back on the track now. So Kemper stretched that lead up over a minute now on Colin Johnston. Looks like Colin recently left the track, as did Preston Kramer. Kramer is in that third position in front of Gordon Spain now. As we'll take a look at that Tim Chapman Racing drone shot here on Jeffrey Kemper. Jacob Butcher in the 5th position, Jeremy Tate in the 6th position, both on pit road right now. As Kemper coming to another lap complete. This will take us down to 10 laps to go. So looking down through, nothing happening here as Colin Johnson still in that 2nd position. Makes his way through here. As you see, Preston Kramer not far behind him now. It's 4 seconds on the track, but from a visual standpoint, our closest battle on the track at this point. So you can see that gap from Colin Johnson back to Preston Kramer. Gordon Spain is another 23 seconds back. As they all continue to chase the man out front, Jeffrey Kemper, who has led all but the opening lap. Preston Kramer continues to lead. Colin Johnson 1.6 seconds back, a couple seconds back behind him is Preston Kramer. As we'll watch this battle on the track as Preston Kramer has cut that lead under 3 seconds now. So here, 3 laps later, Colin Johnson will make his way to pit road. So he is staying on his plan as well, which he shouldn't have to pit again. So he's playing this where he should be good to go the rest of the way. Kemper, Preston Kramer, and Gordon Spain May have to pit one more time, so we'll see how that plays out and how much ground he's able to make up on Jeffrey Kemper for the lead and for the win. So Kemper continues to lead. Preston Kramer in second, Gordon Spain third, Colin Johnston in fourth. Gordon Spain goes off the track. It's Colin Johnson. Oh, another car goes around behind him. That looks like Jacob Butcher back there. Colin Johnson's 21 seconds behind Gordon Spain, currently running in fourth. As we'll watch Preston Kramer make his way. So Jeffrey Kemper working lap number 24. He could have to pit on lap number 27. That's when things could get interesting. So Jeffrey Kemper, Preston Kramer, Gordon Spain. And you can see there Colin Johnston going a lap down. So he's going to try that strategy. I don't see him making up a full lap when Kemper has to pit. So Kemper may be in the clear here unless he has something catastrophic happen. As Preston Kramer making his way down pit road. Gordon Spain as well. Jeremy Tate also on pit road. As it looks like Jeffrey Kemper going to stay out. See if he does hold on until lap number 27 and just stick with the 9, 9, and 9. So that will move Colin Johnson as Spain and Kramer are in the pit. Colin Johnson will move up to second. So he will advance past Spain. Spain's about 16, now 17 seconds as he goes off the track. Preston Kramer's another 20 seconds back. It's still Jeffrey Kemper. He's got a 2.5 second lead now. I'm sorry, 2 minute and 30 second lead now over Colin Johnston. A full lap. As Kemper continues to pull away. Colin Johnson in that second spot. Gordon Spain in third. Jacob Butcher into that fifth position. Jeremy Tate still on pit road. He is about 16 laps down. Ooh, Kemper gets a little sideways there as our Gambler Motorsports 181 comes down to pit road here on Thursday Night Thunder. So once he crosses that line, we'll have 4 laps to go as he pits here on lap number 26. As you will see, Colin Johnson will go by. That's getting his lap back. He has already pitted, as has Gordon Spain. So here comes Gordon Spain. He should get his lap back as well. Which he does right there. As Kemper's already on the way out. Just a splash and go for him. So pit strategy not going to pay off for Colin Johnson, Gordon Spain with the early pitting, at least with comparable times on the track. They will get their laps back here as Kemper is now good to go. Butcher is the final car. He's running in 5th. He's 2 laps down. He is the final car that needs to pit to make it the rest of the way here. As of course, make sure you tune in next Thursday night for Gambler Motorsports Thursday Night Thunder. The Extreme E-Speed TV Pro Late Models will be at Williams Grove, and the Xfinity Series here will complete their season and trail at Sonoma Raceway. Of course, racing action here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network kicks off at 6:45. With the RSN trackside small blocks, the full throttle motorsports big block modifieds, and then of course the Extreme Speed TV Pro Late Models and NASCAR Xfinity division. So you can see Gordon Spain running in the third spot, not far ahead of Jeffrey Kemper. So Jeffrey Kemper looking to put him a lap down on the track here before this one comes to an end. There'll be 3 laps to go this time by for Kemper. As we continue on here, 3 to go. Kemper trying to track down Spain, also just trying to put in good solid laps at this point. Kemper continuing to put in work here, good solid laps. As we'll go through the field one final time here as we come to 2 laps to go. It's Jeffrey Kemper, your leader. He took over on lap number 2 from Mark Gilbert. He's led it since as he's expanded that lead. Colin Johnson running in the second spot. He's fluctuated between 1st to 7th. Been in that group of 2nd to 4th for a majority of this one. Currently 24 seconds up on Gordon Spain, and a 2-minute gap back to the leader of Jeffrey Kemper up ahead. 3rd place, Gordon Spain. He's been a part of that group, middle of the top 5 all night long as he's done battle with Preston Kramer. Right now holding on to that 3rd spot in front of Preston Kramer, who's 5 seconds back. Preston started in the 6th spot, has run 2nd to 4th most of this evening. And then you have Jacob Butcher, as you see him go around. He's currently 2 laps down, running in the 5th position. Beyond that, you got Jeremy Tate. He was done on lap number 10. Tim Chapman done on lap number 9. And Mark Gilbert out on lap number 3. So with 2 laps to go, you've got Jeffrey Kemper out front. We'll ride along with him as we come to the white flag. As Kemper goes off the track there, one of his rare miscues tonight. As you see Gordon Spain trying to catch up to him, get a lap back on the track. There it is, the white flag. One more lap around this Road America racetrack for Jeffrey Kemper. See Gordon Spain right behind him. So Kemper, as you can see, cars right behind him, they're all a lap down at this point. Preston Kramer and Gordon Spain there, which is for position, so Preston Kramer will go by Gordon Spain. That's a battle. That puts him in the 3rd spot and on the podium. As we'll take a look at that battle, is up ahead Kemper coming to the checkered flag here. Not only is this for a podium position, but also the chance to talk to us in the booth after this one. As we're halfway around. Ooh, and Gordon Spain will get off the track. That'll give Preston Kramer some breathing room for that 3rd position. As Jeffrey Kemper remains up ahead. You see Gordon Spain back on the track trying to gain on Preston Kramer for that 3rd position. And now the final corner for Jeffrey Kemper up the hill here at Road America. He is in the clear, a straight shot to the finish. Over the crest, and it is Jeffrey Kemper, your winner at Road America. Preston Kramer will come home 3rd in front of Gordon Spain. Colin Johnson will continue to make his way around the track. He should come home in the 2nd position. Of course, Colin, one of the drivers with the 77, honoring fellow racer Bob Light, who we lost on Saturday. Preston Kramer also driving a 77 machine tonight. As Johnson will make his way around and complete his lap. But the win tonight on Gambler Motorsports Thursday Night Thunder is going to be Gambler Motorsports driver Jeffrey Kemper, which will bring an end to our Thursday Night Thunder here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. And with that, we will interview those top 3 drivers. Preston, it's Travis up in the booth. Got a copy?
Hey, Travis, how you doing, man?
Very good. So 30 laps around Road America here. It was a lot of obviously being technical and trying to keep it on the track. You were part of that group that battled for 2nd to 4th really all night long. What was the difference that allowed you to come out on top of Gordon there at the end?
It was really just getting a handle on the track the deeper we went. I found that once the tires scrubbed off a little bit, I actually was a little bit more comfortable. That's probably the dirt racer in me, just wanting a little bit looser car. But the whole thing, and Kemper obviously did the best of everybody, but it was all about minimizing mistakes. And I certainly didn't do a great job of that, but other than Kemper, I'm not sure anybody did. So.
Well, when you've got a race like this and it's longer and you've got all that time, and there's points when you're 5 seconds back of that guy in front of you, but he makes one mistake, all of a sudden you're there and having a chance to make a pass on him. How hard is it to make sure you just keep your head in the game and know that you're going to have opportunities if you can keep your car on the track?
You know, I think that's where this kind of racing really suits me. You know, we talk about as a team protecting your race, and so every move you make is got to protect your race, whether you're making a pass, defending, whatever. It's all about protecting your own race. So really, you get out there and you just turn your own lap times, whatever. Make sure you're turning the best lap times, because you can't really do anything about the other guys around you. So.
Well, and we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the special paint scheme tonight. Obviously, driving that 77 to a podium has to feel good tonight.
Yeah, I'll be frank. I was just telling the guys on my team, this is what I feel like the equivalent of my flu game. I am quite under the weather, not feeling well at all, but needed to come out for the cause of our teammate. We missed Bob a lot already, and I'm glad I did. This was a tougher race than it would have usually been, but I think it was good for everybody to get out and just have some time together and remember Bob.
Well, great run to the podium finish. Great finish there as you were able to get by Gordon late for that third place finish. Who are those people and those sponsors you want to give a shout out to tonight?
Well, you know, I always got to thank my teammates over at Aspire, Jeremy and Jacob, and then my Christ Sim Racing teammates over on the dirt side, John, Joe, I can't even remember everybody, Terry, Blake, all our sponsors. I'm not going to even try this evening. We'll catch them another time, but I appreciate you broadcasting for us, Travis, the league, Roger, everybody putting this on, and we'll catch you out next time.
Well, sounds good, Preston. We'll talk to you again soon. That's Preston Kramer. He's our third place finisher tonight. Now joining us is the Colin Johnson, driver to the number 2 position. Colin, walk us through your race there. We saw some pit strategy come into play. Just didn't work out, but you were able to come home with a second place finish.
Yeah, I actually think I pulled the completely wrong pit strategy. I did a lot of no tires, and that really hurt me there in the middle of the run, and I made a lot of mistakes on worn out old tires that wouldn't grip up at all.
We were talking to Preston. A long race like this on a technical track like Road America. What are you trying to do? What's your goal coming into tonight that would have helped put you in the position that it did tonight for a good finish?
Not really sure. My goal was really just the finish and try to keep the car on track as much as possible, but kind of failed at that quite a bit, and just had enough speed to be able to make up for those mistakes up the second at least.
Well, it was a good run, and it was you made it interesting with the pit strategy, just seeing how that was going to play out there at the end, and then as we just mentioned with Preston as well, obviously special paint scheme tonight for your car.
Yes, definitely wanted to pay tribute to Bob Light, and you know, he's definitely gonna be missed around the league and in the world of racing in general. So yeah, definitely wanted to pay tribute there.
Well, very cool, Colin, and as always, a great finish for you tonight. Anybody or any sponsors you want to give a shout out to tonight?
Yep, Team Watson Racing, Outlaw Designs and Wraps for the car they put together with the Bob Light tribute on it, and you guys for putting on the broadcast, and the league for putting on these races.
Well, that is Colin Johnson. Colin, we'll talk to you again soon. So Colin Johnson comes home second tonight, and that brings us to victory lane with our winner. It's Jeffrey Kemper. Jeffrey, we talked about having some a clean race to be able to come away with a good finish, keeping it on the track, and obviously tonight you were the best at that. We watched your a lot of laps for you that were completed without any issues. Walk us through your night to victory.
Yeah, I just bought the track yesterday before the truck race, and I got a couple practice laps in that and ran the race and finished out third, but seems like with the flow of the track and everything, I kind of got the hang of the corners pretty quick, so that translated over into this race, helped me out quite a bit. The car having quite a bit more power, so just being easy, you know, going around the corner, not trying to step it out and everything, and I think I made it close to 20 laps or so without an incident. When I came down off of that long straightaway, diving down into that hard left-hander, and just decided to brake at the 4 marker instead of the 5, and it was a little bit too much, and I locked them up and went off, and that kind of caused me, you know, to lose a bit of my rhythm and everything, and it caused me to go off track a few more times.
I think that was right about the time I mentioned how clean your race had been all night, and then you went and did that right on the call. Right on cue.
Got the curse.
But no, and then obviously we talk a lot, especially with this Xfinity series, how that truck race carries over, and obviously on a lot of tracks it doesn't carry over much at all, just with the differences in them on the ovals. Does it have a better prep for the Xfinity when it's on a road course like this?
I think so, because you learn the track a little bit more. You know where the off-camber corners are going to be, your braking points. You understand them a little bit better, and know where you could actually get down to the throttle depending on the banking and which way the corner goes. So I think it does definitely translate over to it. But I would say a whole lot of helping me out also on this is running the 12-hour race at Bathurst and Sebring, and then we just ran the 24-hour at Nürburgring and running with John Hine and Jeff Barker and Steven Spies and Zach Chapman. Those guys, you know, are helping me out quite a bit on road course and just kind of understanding what I need to do when I need to do it. And I think that translates over also and helps me out quite a bit.
Well, that along with your run tonight, you've got to feel pretty good as we head to Sonoma next Thursday.
Oh yeah, feeling definitely good about it. Close battle up there at the front, so we'll see with the drops and everything.
Well, great run tonight, Jeffrey. You really dominated here at Road America. Who are those people and those sponsors you want to give a shout out to?
Big shout out to the old Gambler Motorsports teammates. I think Tim Chapman, he was down in Discord with me and ran for a little while, so it's good to have company there. Aiden Young, Young Gun Creations, Ling Gear Company. Got to thank my girlfriend Alicia and family and everything for allowing me to do this. Coast to Coast Racing League, you and Extreme eSpeed TV, and all the other sponsors that help put this on, and the racers that show up.
Well, congratulations, Jeffrey. We look forward to seeing you next week out in Sonoma.
Sound good. I'll talk to you then.
That is Jeffrey Kemper, our winner tonight here from Road America. And with that, another exciting night of racing here for Gambler Motorsports. Thursday night thunder comes to an end as we will say goodnight. Remember, all the racing kicks off again next week here on the Coast to Coast Racing League. So we will see you then, and we will see you at a racetrack soon.